The owl arrived at Shell Cottage just after dawn, its tawny feathers ruffled from the long flight across the channel. Bill Weasley was already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, watching the early light paint silver streaks across the waves. Fleur was still asleep upstairs, and he'd been enjoying the quiet, a rare commodity in his line of work. The owl dropped a thick envelope sealed with the Gringotts crest before departing without waiting for a reply. Official business, then urgent. Official business. Bill broke the seal with his thumb, recognizing the angular script before he'd read a single word. Ragnok didn't waste parchment on pleasantries. Weasley London office. Today. Noon. Non-negotiable. Beneath the terse summons lay a second document, this one covered in dense notations and what appeared to be hastily sketched ward diagrams. Bill's practiced eye caught the key details. Immediately, Egyptian location markers, unstable magic indicators, threat-level classifications that made his stomach tighten. The sketches showed a pyramid, not one of the famous tourist sites, but something older buried deeper in the desert where most wizards had forgotten to look. He read through the technical assessment twice, his tea growing cold. The ward destabilization patterns were wrong. Ancient Egyptian magic didn't just fail after millennia of stability. It either held or it catastrophically collapsed. And this looked like neither. This looked like something had woken it up. By the time Fleur descended the stairs, her silver blonde hair still loose around her shoulders, Bill had already packed his work satchel and was buttoning his traveling cloak. Gringotts? She asked, not needing confirmation. She'd learned to read the signs over the years they'd been together. Egypt, he said, accepting the kiss she pressed to his cheek. Could be a few weeks. I'll send word when I know more. Be careful. She held his gaze, her expression serious. You have that look. So one you get when the job is more dangerous, sounds the goblins admit. Bill couldn't help but smile, even as worry flickered in his chest. The goblins never admit how dangerous a job is. That's half the appeal. That is what worries me. But she stepped back, letting him go. She understood this part of him, had understood it from the beginning. Some people needed roots. Bill needed both roots and wings, and she'd never asked him to choose. He apparated from the cottage's designated point, the familiar compression of side-along travel giving way to the marble-floored chaos of Gringotts London headquarters. The main bank hall was already crowded with witches and wizards conducting their morning business. But Bill bypassed the queues and headed for the restricted lift that led to the curse-breaking department's offices deep below ground. Ragnok's office was exactly as Bill remembered, sparse, efficient, and lined with locked cabinets containing artifacts too dangerous for public display. The goblin himself sat behind a desk that seemed deliberately oversized, a power play Bill had long since stopped finding amusing. Ragnok was old by goblin standards, his face creased with scars from a career spent handling magic that didn't want to be handled. Sit, Ragnok said, not looking up from the document he was annotating. You read the preliminary report twice. Bill settled into the chair across from the desk. The ward patterns don't make sense. Egyptian protective magic doesn't destabilize like that unless someone's actively tampering with it. Correct? Ragnok finally looked up, his dark eyes sharp. Which is why you're going. This isn't a standard recovery operation. We need someone who can think, not just identify and extract. Bill had learned years ago that goblin compliments were rare and usually meant you're about to have a very bad time. What's the real situation? Ragnock slid a second folder across the desk, this one considerably thicker. 3 months ago, our ward monitors detected fluctuations in the Western Desert, dismissed as natural decay. The site's been dormant for 3,000 years. 6 weeks ago, the fluctuations intensified. Local magical authorities investigated, found nothing conclusive, but requested Gringotts consultation, given our expertise. 3 days ago, the wards nearly collapsed entirely before restabilizing in a new configuration. A new configuration. Bill opened the folder, scanning the updated diagrams. His blood went cold. This isn't ancient magic resetting itself. Someone's been inside. That's our assessment. Ragnock's voice was grim. The Egyptian ministry is keeping this quiet for now. They don't want treasure hunters or dark wizards getting ideas. But if those wards fail completely, whatever's inside could become accessible, or worse, could get out. Bill studied the diagrams more carefully, noting the layers of protection, the way the magic seemed to fold in on itself in patterns that predated modern spellcraft. This was old magic, the kind that had been refined and perfected over centuries by wizards who'd understood fundamental principles that later generations had forgotten or deliberately abandoned. What do we know about what's inside? He asked. Very little. Ragnock pulled out a third document. This one so old, the parchment had yellowed to brown. Pre-Ptolemaic records reference a house of transformation in approximately this location, a place where early magical practitioners studied what they called the crossing points, thresholds between life and death, consciousness and void. The phrase sent a chill down Bill's spine. He'd studied enough dark magic theory to know that line of research had led to some very dangerous places. Soul magic. Possibly. Probably. Ragnock's expression was unreadable, which is why we need someone steady. Someone who won't be tempted by power or panicked by danger, and the team already assembled. You'll meet them at the site. Ragnock closed the folders with a decisive gesture. Bronwyn Davies, ward specialist, transferred from our Cardiff branch. Marcus Thorne, younger, less experienced, but talented with artifact identification. And your guide will be Khaled Basri, a local independent contractor who knows the desert and has been monitoring the site for the ministry bill. Committed the names to memory already running through mental assessments. A specialist, an apprentice, and a local contact, standard curse-breaking team configuration, but each component introduced its own variables. When do I leave? Your port key activates at 3 o'clock from the international departure point. Ragnock stood, signaling the meeting's end. Weasley, this assignment requires discretion above all else. If the magic inside that pyramid is what we suspect, the last thing we need is word spread into collectors, or worse. You understand? I understand. Bill rose, tucking the folders into his satchel. Discretion and containment and survival. Ragnock's voice followed him to the door. Don't make me write a difficult letter to your wife. The hours before departure passed in a blur of preparation. Bill stopped by his private vault to collect specialized equipment, ward testing instruments, protective amulets, emergency port keys, and the scarred dragon hide gloves he'd worn on his first Egyptian assignment 8 years ago. They'd saved his hands from a curse that had already killed 2 wizards. He never traveled without them now. In the curse-breaking department's library, he pulled every reference he could find on pre-Ptolemaic Egyptian magic. Most of it was fragmentary, translated from hieroglyphs by wizards who'd only partially understood the underlying principles. But patterns emerged, an obsession with preservation, with binding consciousness to physical form, with the idea that death was merely a transition that could be controlled, manipulated, perhaps even reversed. It reminded him uncomfortably of things he'd heard about during the war. Different methods, different era, but the same fundamental arrogance, the belief that some wizards were powerful enough to transcend natural law. At 2:30, Bill sent a quick letter to Fleur via the office owls, keeping it brief and reassuring. Then he headed to the international departure point, a secured chamber deep in Gringotts, where port keys could be activated without ministry monitoring. The port key was an ancient Egyptian amulet, warm to the touch despite the cool air. Bill held it loosely in his palm, checking his equipment one final time. His wand was secure in its holster. His satchel was packed and sealed. He was as ready as he'd ever be. The port key activated precisely at 3, yanking him forward with the familiar hook behind the navel sensation. The journey was longer than usual. Across the Channel, over France and Italy, skirting the Mediterranean, before angling south into Africa. Bill closed his eyes and focused on breathing steadily, a technique he'd learned years ago to manage port key nausea. When his feet hit solid ground, he stumbled slightly before catching his balance. The heat struck him immediately, dry, intense, pressing against his skin like a physical weight. He was standing in the center of a warded encampment, a circle of enchanted posts marking the safe zone. Beyond the wards, the desert stretched endlessly in all directions, sand and rock burning under the late afternoon sun. 3 figures waited near the camp's edge, silhouetted against the light. The first to approach was a woman in her 40s, her dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, her robes dusty from desert travel. Bill Weasley. Her Welsh accent was pronounced, her handshake firm. Bronwyn Davies. I've been studying the ward structure for the past week. It's remarkable work and deeply unstable. Pleasure Bill released her hand, already assessing. She had the careful posture of someone who'd been injured on the job before and learned to be cautious. Good caution kept you alive. The second figure was younger, perhaps 25, with the eager energy of someone who hadn't yet learned to fear what they didn't understand. Marcus Thorne, he said, grinning widely. This is brilliant. I've read all your papers on pyramid excavations, the Hebrides tomb, finding revolutionary approach to layered curse systems. Bill managed a polite nod, suppressing the flicker of concern. Enthusiasm was fine in a classroom. In the field, it got people killed. We'll have time for shop talk later. First priority is understanding what we're dealing with. The third figure hung back, watching the interaction with dark, thoughtful eyes. He was perhaps 50, his Egyptian features weathered by years in the sun, his robes the simple style of local wizards who worked outside ministry structures. When he finally spoke, his English was precise, but accented, colored buzzary. I will guide you to the pyramid and ensure you understand the terrain. He paused, his gaze shifting to the horizon, where the sun was beginning its descent. But I will not enter. My family's responsibility is to guard from outside, not to disturb what lies within. Bill filed that information away. Local reluctance usually meant local knowledge of danger. Understood. We respect the site and the magic. Our goal is assessment and stabilization. Nothing more. Khaled's expression suggested skepticism, but he nodded. Then we should prepare. The pyramid is a 3-hour walk from here, and we must arrive before full dark. The wards are most stable during daylight hours. The team spent the remaining daylight preparing equipment and reviewing the ward diagrams Bronwyn had been compiling. She was thorough. Bill was pleased to discover. Her notes included not just magical readings, but environmental factors, temperature fluctuations, even the position of the stars when certain ward behaviors occurred. Ancient Egyptian magic is partially astronomical, she explained, spreading her charts across the folding table in the camp's main tent. The builders aligned their protections with celestial movements. That's why the destabilization is worse during certain moon phases. Marcus leaned over the charts, his finger tracing one of the ward layers. But this pattern here, this isn't original construction. This is newer, maybe a few decades old instead of millennia. Bill followed his gesture, his stomach sinking as he recognized what Marcus had spotted. The pattern was crude compared to the ancient work surrounding it, hasty and brutal. Someone tried to force their way in, he said quietly. Recently, how recently, Bronwyn asked Bill, pulled out his wand and performed a quick age detection charm on the diagram, watching the faint shimmer of temporal magic. 20 to 30 years ago. During the First Wizarding War, the silence that followed was heavy. They all understood the implications. Death Eaters had been here, searching for something powerful enough to help their cause. They'd failed to breach the inner wards, but they'd damaged the outer protections enough to cause the current destabilization. Right? Bill straightened his voice steady, despite the knot of tension in his chest. That changes our approach. Whatever's inside, it was valuable enough for Death Eaters to risk an international incident. We proceed with extreme caution. No unnecessary risks. No improvisation unless absolutely necessary. Understood. 3 nods. Marcus's enthusiasm had dimmed slightly, which Bill counted as a positive development. As sunset painted the desert in shades of orange and purple, they gathered their packs and prepared for the trek. Khaled led them away from the camp, following a path visible only to him, marked by stones and subtle shifts in the sand that Bill's trained eye gradually began to recognize. These were old boundary markers, weathered but still potent, guiding travelers away from the pyramid rather than toward it. The walk was conducted mostly in silence, each person conserving energy for the work ahead. Bill found his mind drifting, despite his efforts to stay present. This was familiar territory, this space between safety and danger where his career had been built. How many times had he made journeys like this? How many sealed tombs and the cursed vaults and forgotten chambers had he entered, never quite certain he'd emerge again? He thought of his mother, who'd never truly understood why he chose this life. She saw only the danger, the scars he'd brought home over the years, the nights he'd spent recovering from curses that had nearly killed him. She couldn't see what he found in these places. The satisfaction of solving puzzles left by long-dead wizards, the thrill of understanding magic from eras when it had been practiced differently, more intuitively, without the rigid categorization modern magical education imposed. A memory surfaced unbidden. Ginny, 11 years old, waking from nightmares about the Chamber of Secrets. He'd been home for the summer after her first year, and night after night, he'd sat with her, talking quietly, until the terror faded from her eyes. He'd learned then that fear could be managed, contained, transformed into something manageable. You acknowledged it, respected it, but you didn't let it rule you. That skill had served him well in his career, and it would serve him in the pyramid, whatever they found there. The structure emerged from the darkness gradually, a geometric shadow rising against the star-filled sky. It was smaller than the famous pyramids at Giza, but older, the stones weathered smooth by millennia of wind and sand, the entrance half buried, the whole edifice radiating a palpable sense of age and patient waiting. Bill stopped at the boundary where the protective wards began, feeling them press against his magical awareness like a physical barrier. Ancient magic, layered and complex, woven by wizards who'd understood principles that modern spellcasters had forgotten. And beneath that, the newer magic, the crude, brutal attempts at forced entry that had created the current instability. Tomorrow, he said quietly, we enter at dawn, when the magic is theoretically weakest. Tonight, we rest and prepare. They made camp within sight of the pyramid, warding their tents against the desert cold and whatever else might wander the darkness. Bill took first watch, sitting outside the circle of firelight and studying the pyramid's silhouette, trying to understand what had drawn Death Eaters here decades ago and what might happen if the ancient protections finally failed. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and distant. The desert wind whispered across the sand, carrying the scent of stone and magic and very old secrets. And inside the pyramid, something waited. Dawn came to the desert in shades of copper and gold, the sun breaking over the horizon with a suddenness that always surprised Bill, no matter how many Egyptian assignments he'd completed. The temperature shifted within minutes, from the night's bitter cold to a warmth that would become punishing heat by midday. They needed to be inside before that happened. The pyramid stone would retain some coolness, and more importantly, the ancient wards would be at their most stable during the early morning hours. Bill had been awake since before first light, running through mental checklists and studying the ward diagrams one final time. Bronwyn emerged from her tent, looking equally alert, her equipment pack already organized and secured. Marcus appeared last, his enthusiasm from yesterday somewhat muted by a night spent contemplating what they were about to attempt. Khaled had prepared a simple breakfast, flatbread, dates, and strong tea brewed over a magical fire that left no smoke. They ate in companionable silence, each person settling into the focused mindset required for dangerous work. The entrance wards will test us, Bronwyn said, setting down her empty cup. I've been monitoring them all week. They don't just prevent entry, they evaluate intent. Ancient Egyptian protective magic often incorporated emotional assessment, meaning they'll react differently to each of us, Bill confirmed. He'd encountered similar magic before, though never this old or this complex. Stay calm, stay focused, and follow my lead. If the wards start responding aggressively to anyone, we pull back immediately and reassess. Marcus nodded, his jaw tight. Some of yesterday's eagerness had transformed into nerves, which Bill considered a healthy development. Nervous meant cautious, and cautious meant alive. They approached the pyramid as the sun climbed higher, Khaled accompanying them to the entrance, before stopping at the threshold. His face was unreadable as he watched them prepare their equipment, checking wands and securing protective amulets. My family has guarded this place for 11 generations, he said quietly. Not one of us has ever crossed this threshold. The magic within is not meant for the living. Bill met his eyes. We'll respect that. Our job is to stabilize the wards, nothing more. If we can seal the damage the Death Eaters caused, the pyramid can return to its rest. Khalid's expression suggested he doubted it would be that simple, but he stepped back and raised his wand in a gesture that was half salute, half blessing. Then go carefully, Bill Weasley. The desert keeps its secrets for good reason. The entrance was a narrow passage, descending into darkness, the stones so precisely fitted that not even sand had penetrated between them. Ancient hieroglyphs covered every surface, and as Bill stepped across the threshold, they began to glow with a faint, golden light. The magic recognized them immediately, not as threats exactly, but as intrusions, living presences in a space designed for the dead and the transformation between states. Bill felt the wards pressing against his mind, not painful, but insistent, trying to understand why he was here and what he wanted. He projected calm purpose, respect for the ancient builders and their work. The pressure eased slightly behind him. Bronwyn gasped softly. It's reading us. Merlin. I've never felt magic this sophisticated. It's like being seen by something vast and patient. Don't fight it, Bill instructed, moving deeper into the passage. The hieroglyphs were growing brighter now, responding to their presence, providing just enough light to navigate by. Let it understand that we mean no harm. Marcus was breathing hard, his usual confidence strained by the weight of magic pressing around them. Bill noticed the stones nearest to the young cursebreaker seemed to shimmer with a reddish tinge, the wards reacting to his excitement, his eagerness, perhaps his ambition. Marcus, Bill said softly, not looking back. Think about stillness. Think about listening rather than seeking. The magic is watching you. The red shimmer faded gradually as Marcus consciously calmed himself. Good. The young man could learn, could adapt. That would be essential in the hours ahead. The passage descended steeply, the temperature dropping with each step until Bill's breath misted faintly in the golden light. The hieroglyphs had changed character, becoming more complex, incorporating symbols Bill didn't recognize from standard Egyptian magical texts. These were older, from an era when the written language of magic was still being refined. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only 20 minutes, the passage opened into the first chamber. Bill stopped so abruptly that Bronwyn nearly collided with him. Marcus made a sound that was half gasp, half laugh. Even with all his experience, Bill felt his breath catch at what lay before them. The chamber was circular, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, its walls covered in hieroglyphs that pulsed with soft light, gold and blue and silver, colors shifting in patterns that suggested meaning just beyond comprehension. But it was the artifacts that commanded attention. Hundreds of objects were arranged throughout the space in careful geometric patterns. Amulets and statues, canopic jars and ceremonial masks, objects whose purposes Bill couldn't immediately identify. Each one glowed with its own internal magic, and together they created a field of power so dense it was almost visible, a shimmer in the air like heat haze. Don't touch anything, Bill said, unnecessarily. Even Marcus wouldn't be foolish enough to disturb this configuration. Bronwyn, can you read the ward structure? She was already moving along the chamber's edge, her wand tracing complex patterns as she analyzed the magical architecture. It's extraordinary. Each artifact is a node, in a larger enchantment. The whole chamber is a single integrated spell, but I don't understand its purpose yet. Bill moved carefully toward the chamber's center, studying the arrangements. The objects weren't randomly placed. They formed patterns that reminded him of astronomical charts, or perhaps maps of something less tangible. Paths between states of being, crossroads of consciousness. One artifact in particular drew his attention. It sat alone on a stone pedestal near the chamber's far side. A mask of polished obsidian, carved with features that were simultaneously human and something other. Empty eye sockets seemed to watch him as he approached, and Bill felt the uncomfortable sensation of being evaluated by something that existed in more dimensions than he could perceive. Pre-Ptolemaic. Marcus breathed, coming to stand beside him. His voice was hushed with awe. Bill, this is older than the pyramids of Giza. This is First Dynasty work. Maybe earlier. Wizards were still developing foundational theory when this was made. Bill knew the young man was right, and the implications were staggering. Magic this ancient shouldn't still be functional. It should have degraded over millennia, its power dissipating. The fact that it hadn't meant the builders had understood preservation techniques that modern curse breakers could only theorize about the hieroglyphs here Bronwyn called from the chamber's opposite side. They referenced the crossing points Ragnarok mentioned. But it's more specific than that. They call this the House of Transformation, a place where consciousness could be separated from flesh, preserved, and potentially transferred to new vessels. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop further. Bill felt his skin prickle with more than just cold. They were experimenting with immortality. Not exactly. Bronwyn was still studying the inscriptions, her voice distant with concentration, more like conservation of consciousness. The texts suggest they saw death as a transition, and they were trying to understand the mechanism to map it, control it, perhaps guide it, but not necessarily to prevent it entirely. Marcus had moved away from the obsidian mask and was examining a cluster of canopic jars. These would have held preserved organs, but the preservation magic is different from standard mummification spells. It's more active, as if the organs weren't just preserved, but maintained in some liminal state between life and death. Bill's mind was racing through implications, connecting patterns ancient wizards experimenting with consciousness transfer. Death Eaters drawn here decades later. Horcrux magic torn from Voldemort's twisted understanding of similar principles. The same fundamental arrogance spanning millennia. The belief that death was an obstacle to be overcome rather than a natural transition to be accepted. He thought suddenly of his youngest brother Ron, who'd worn the locket Horcrux during the hunt for Voldemort's soul fragments. Ron had described the experience of having that corrupted magic close to his heart, feeding on his insecurities and fears. Was this chamber filled with objects that had once served similar purposes? Not Horcruxes, exactly, but ancestral experiments along the same dark path. A flicker of movement caught Bill's eye. He turned sharply, one raised, but saw nothing except shadows cast by the glowing artifacts. Still, his instincts were rarely wrong. Something in this chamber was watching them with more than stone eyes. "We're not alone," he said, quietly. Bronwyn and Marcus froze. "Ghosts?" Marcus asked, his voice carefully, steady. "I don't think so." Bill moved slowly, scanning the chamber. "The magic here is designed to preserve consciousness. Remember? not as ghosts. Those are anchored to the physical world. This is something else. Echoes may be impressions left in the magic itself. As if responding to his words, the air in the chamber's center began to shimmer more intensely. The golden light from the hieroglyphs brightened, and shapes began to form, translucent, wavering like reflections in disturbed water. 3 figures materialized slowly. They wore the robes and ceremonial regalia of ancient Egyptian wizards, their faces both young and impossibly old. They didn't move like ghosts with the fluid grace of beings no longer bound by physical law. These figures moved stiffly, as if each gesture required immense effort, as if they were only partially present in this reality. One of them turned toward Bill and the others. Its mouth moved and sound emerged. Not speech exactly, but something that bypassed ears and registered directly in the mind. Images flooded Bill's awareness, this chamber, as it had been thousands of years ago, lit by torches and filled with living wizards, conducting rituals that pushed the boundaries of what magic could achieve. He saw them carefully separating consciousness from flesh, preserving it in the artifacts that still surrounded him, studying the transition between life and whatever came after. But the images darkened. He saw the experiments go wrong, saw consciousness become trapped rather than preserved, saw wizards who'd volunteered for the research unable to complete the crossing to death or return fully to life. He saw the horror of being caught between states, neither living nor dead, aware but unable to act, conscious but unable to communicate. The ancient wizards had realized their mistake. They'd sealed the chamber, locked the artifacts into a containment configuration that would prevent anyone from repeating their errors. The House of Transformation had become a house of warning, a monument to the dangers of pushing too far into realms meant to remain mysterious. The vision faded. The translucent figures were already dissipating, their energy depleted by the effort of communication. Bill found himself trembling slightly, his mind struggling to process what he'd witnessed. Did you all see that he managed Bronwyn, nodded, her face pale? They weren't trying to achieve immortality. They were trying to understand death. And they failed. This entire chamber is a failure. A preserved warning Marcus had sunk down against the wall, his earlier enthusiasm completely extinguished. And the Death Eaters who came here saw it as inspiration rather than warning. Bill finished grimly. He moved toward the far side of the chamber, where an archway led to the next passage. As he approached, something on the ground caught his eye. A scrap of fabric, black and tattered, half buried in dust that had accumulated over decades. He knelt carefully and used a minor levitation charm to lift it. The fabric unfurled slightly, revealing the unmistakable white skull and serpent emblem. A Death Eater mask, damaged, discarded, but undeniably real. They got this far, Bill said, his voice tight. At least one of them made it into the chamber. And if they made it this far, they might have gone deeper. Bronwyn was beside him now, studying the mask with professional detachment. The wards should have stopped them. The emotional testing alone should have prevented anyone with dark intentions from entering, unless they found a way to fool the wards. Marcus suggested. He'd recovered some of his composure and was thinking analytically again. Or unless whoever came through was genuinely curious, not malicious. Dark magic isn't always wielded by people who think of themselves as evil. Bill nodded slowly. It was a disturbing thought, but likely accurate. The worst dark wizards rarely believed they were doing wrong. They justified their actions with rhetoric about power, progress, necessity. Someone following Voldemort during the First Wizarding War might have convinced themselves they were seeking knowledge for the greater good, even as they pursued immortality through murder. He pocketed the mask carefully, using a cloth to avoid direct contact. Evidence, a reminder of who'd been here before and why they needed to be careful. "We continue," he said, straightening, but slowly. If Death Eaters penetrated this far 30 years ago, they might have triggered traps or destabilized magic we haven't seen yet. Stay alert, stay together, and remember, our job is assessment and stabilization, not treasure hunting. Understood? Both nodded. Marcus's earlier eagerness for fame and discovery had been replaced with something more mature, a sober understanding of what they were actually dealing with. The pyramid wasn't a treasure vault. It was a tomb, yes, but more than that. It was a warning written in stone and magic, a message from ancient wizards to their descendants. Some knowledge comes at too high a price. Bill led them toward the archway, the Death Eater mask a cold weight in his pocket. Behind them, the artifacts continued their eternal glow, preserving fragments of consciousness that could never fully die and never fully live. The passage beyond descended even more steeply, and the hieroglyphs had changed again. These spoke of deeper mysteries, of the heart of the pyramid, where the greatest working had been attempted. Above them, miles of stone pressed down with patient weight. Around them, magic older than Hogwarts hummed with subtle power. And somewhere ahead, in chambers they hadn't yet reached, something was waiting. Something that had drawn Death Eaters across continents and decades. Something powerful enough that its mere presence had destabilized wards designed to last for eternity. Bill thought of Fleur, waiting at Shell Cottage. He thought of his family, scattered across Britain, each of them carrying on with their lives while he descended into darkness beneath foreign sand. He thought of the choices that had led him here. The young man at Hogwarts who'd chosen adventure over safety, curiosity over caution. No regrets. This was the life he'd chosen, the work he believed in. Someone had to understand these ancient magics, had to ensure they remained safely contained. Someone had to stand between the modern magical world and the dangerous legacy of wizards who'd pushed too far. As they descended deeper into the pyramid, the golden glow of the hieroglyphs faded to silver, then to blue, marking their passage into chambers that fewer eyes had seen, where older magic still dreamed its ancient dreams. The passage spiraled downward, through stone that grew progressively colder, as if they were descending not just through physical space, but through layers of time itself. Bill kept one hand on the wall, feeling the subtle vibrations in the ancient rock. Magic so deeply embedded, it had become part of the pyramid's physical structure. His wand provided steady light, joined by Bronwyn's and Marcus's, casting overlapping shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. After 30 minutes of careful descent, the passage opened into a second chamber, and Bill felt his breath catch for the second time that morning. This space was larger than the first, its ceiling lost in darkness overhead. The walls were covered not with hieroglyphs, but with carved relief scenes showing wizards performing rituals that made Bill's trained eye narrow with concern. The figures were depicted in various stages of transformation, bodies becoming translucent, consciousness represented as glowing forms separating from flesh, souls if that was the right word, being guided through geometric patterns that might have been magical diagrams or might have been something more abstract. But it was the center of the chamber that commanded attention and sent ice through Bill's veins. 7 stone platforms were arranged in a perfect circle, each elevated about 3 feet from the floor. On 6 of the platforms lay what appeared to be bodies, preserved so perfectly they might have been sleeping rather than dead, except for the unmistakable stillness that marked the absolute absence of life. They wore ceremonial robes of ancient design, hands folded across their chests, faces peaceful. The 7th platform stood empty, its surface marked with symbols Bill recognized as containment wards. "Volunteers," Bronwyn whispered, her voice barely audible. They volunteered for the ritual. Look at their hands. No restraint marks. They weren't forced. Marcus was circling the platform, slowly maintaining a careful distance. The preservation is extraordinary. No mummification that I can detect, no physical intervention at all. The magic is doing everything, maintaining the bodies in stasis, preventing decay. But why Bill moved closer to the nearest platform, studying the wizard who lay there. Male, perhaps, 40 years old, when he died, with features that suggested a life spent in contemplation rather than physical labor. Around his neck hung an amulet similar to some they'd seen in the previous chamber, obsidian carved with symbols representing transition, change, crossing between states. They were supposed to come back, Bill said quietly, the realization settling over him with grim certainty. The ritual was meant to be temporary. Consciousness leaves the body, explores whatever realm lies beyond, then returns with knowledge. That's why the bodies are preserved. They were meant to be reclaimed. But something went wrong. Bronwyn had moved to examine the empty 7th platform. This one made it back, maybe. Or was this the observer, the one who stayed behind to anchor the others? Bill studied the carved scenes on the walls more carefully, following the visual narrative from left to right. He saw the 7 wizards entering the chamber, saw them lying on the platforms while others performed complex rituals around them. The next scenes showed translucent forms rising from the bodies, moving through geometric patterns that hurt to look at too directly. Magic that touched on fundamental forces Bill didn't fully understand. Then the scenes changed. The translucent forms were trapped, caught in the geometric patterns like insects in amber. The observers were shown in postures of alarm, performing counter-rituals, attempting to bring the travelers back. And finally, a scene of resignation. The chamber being sealed, the wards being placed, the decision to preserve rather than continue risking corruption. It was experimental magic, Bill said, more to himself than to the others. They knew it might not work. They accepted that risk. But when it failed, the failure was catastrophic. As if responding to his words, the air in the chamber began to change. The temperature dropped further, and Bill's breath misted in clouds. The shadows cast by their wand light began moving wrong, not following the light source, but shifting independently, gathering in the spaces between the platforms. "Bill," Marcus's voice was tight with controlled fear. "Something's happening." The shadows were coalescing, taking form. Not physical form. These weren't ghosts, weren't even the translucent echoes they'd seen in the previous chamber. These were something else entirely, something Bill had no reference for in all his years of curse breaking. They were the consciousness of the dead wizards, still trapped after 3,000 years, still caught in the geometric patterns of the failed ritual, unable to return to their bodies, unable to move on to whatever lay beyond death. They'd remained here in this liminal space, aware, conscious, suffering in ways Bill couldn't fully comprehend. One of the shadow forms moved toward him, and information flooded his mind. Not images this time, but pure emotion and fragmented thought. Terror at being trapped, desperation to return to the body lying so close yet impossibly distant. The slow horror of realizing the ritual had failed. Years passing, then decades, then centuries. Awareness without the mercy of unconsciousness, consciousness, without the anchor of flesh. Bill staggered back, his shield snapping up instinctively. "Don't let them touch you," he managed. "They're not hostile, but they're desperate. They want to inhabit us." Bronwyn finished, her own shield shimmering around her. "They've been trapped for 3 millennia. They'd do anything to feel physical sensation again. Even for a moment, Marcus had pressed himself against the far wall, his wand raised but trembling. This is what the Death Eaters found. This is what they saw and thought they could use. Bill's mind was racing, connecting implications. Consciousness preservation, without the need for Horcrux murder. The ability to separate soul from body and potentially transfer it to a new vessel. It would have been intoxicating to dark wizards seeking immortality. All the power of Horcrux magic without the moral cost of murder. Except it didn't work. The ancient wizards had failed, had trapped themselves in an existence worse than death. And the Death Eaters who'd come here 30 years ago had either not understood that or hadn't cared, seeing only the potential for power. The shadow forms were multiplying now, more of them emerging from the spaces between platforms. Bill realized with cold certainty that they weren't all the original 7 volunteers. Some of these trapped consciousnesses were newer, decades old rather than millennia. The Death Eaters didn't just study the ritual, he said, his voice harsh. They tried to replicate it, or they disturbed the original working and got caught in it themselves. A new shadow form materialized directly before him, and this time the information that flooded his mind was different. Recent memories. Relatively recent, anyway. He saw the chamber from the perspective of someone entering it in darkness, one providing the only light. The excitement of discovery, the thrill of finding magic that predated modern understanding, the arrogant certainty that ancient wizards had failed only because they'd lacked proper knowledge, proper power. He saw the ritual being attempted, saw consciousness separate from flesh, and then saw the geometric trap activate, catching the traveler just as it had caught the ancients. Saw the moment of understanding, the transition from excitement to horror as the Death Eater realized the trap was perfect. Inescapable, Eternal Bill pulled back from the contact, his heart hammering. They're still here. Some of the Death Eaters who came here are still trapped in this chamber. They've been conscious, aware, unable to die or escape for 30 years. The implications were staggering and terrible. He'd fought Death Eaters during the war, had seen them captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. But this was worse than Azkaban, worse than anything he could imagine. This was consciousness without end, awareness without the mercy of madness or the release of death. Bronwyn had moved to the empty 7th platform, her analytical mind still working despite the horror surrounding them. This platform is different. The containment wards aren't just preventing someone from lying here. They're actively repelling the trapped consciousnesses. This was meant to be the anchor point, the safe position for whoever guided the ritual. Someone got out, Marcus said suddenly. Someone who was here when it went wrong managed to escape. That's why there are only 6 bodies, but 7 platforms. And that person, or their descendants, sealed the chamber to prevent anyone else from making the same mistake. Bill thought of Khaled, waiting above in the desert. 11 generations of guardianship, he'd said. The timeline fit perfectly. The 7th wizard had escaped, had understood the catastrophic nature of the failure, and had dedicated his remaining life to ensuring the chamber stayed sealed. His family had continued that guardianship through the centuries, never entering but never abandoning their responsibility. The shadow forms were pressing closer now, their desperation palpable. Bill could feel their need radiating like heat, the desire to feel flesh again, to inhabit a body, to experience physical sensation after millennia of pure consciousness. They weren't evil exactly. They were suffering beings who would do anything to end their torment, and that made them incredibly dangerous. We need to leave this chamber, Bill said, his voice steady, despite the pressure building around them. Carefully. Don't let them touch you. Don't open your mind to them. Move toward the far passage. They edged around the circle of platforms, keeping their shields tight, their mental defenses reinforced. The shadow forms followed, but didn't attack, couldn't attack. Perhaps they were caught in the geometric patterns of the failed ritual, able to reach out but not to fully manifest. A memory surfaced in Bill's mind as they moved. Himself at 17 sitting with Ginny after her first year at Hogwarts. She'd been possessed by Tom Riddle's diary, had felt her consciousness being slowly subsumed by another, and the terror of that experience had left her with nightmares for months afterward. He talked her through it, helped her understand that consciousness was resilient, that her sense of self was strong enough to recover from even that violation. He'd learned then how to project calm in the face of horror, how to acknowledge fear without being controlled by it. That skill was saving them now. His steady presence kept Marcus from panicking, kept Bronwyn focused on the analytical aspects rather than the emotional impact. He led them toward the far passage, maintaining eye contact with neither the shadow forms nor the preserved bodies, treating this as just another curse-breaking challenge, requiring professional detachment. They reached the passage, and Bill ushered the others through first, then turned back for one final look at the chamber. The shadow forms had stopped following, resuming their positions around the platforms as if attached to them by invisible tethers. 6 ancient wizards, trapped for 3 millennia. An unknown number of Death Eaters, trapped for 3 decades. All of them conscious, all of them suffering, all of them beyond any help he could provide. Bill thought about the choices they'd made. The ancient wizards who'd volunteered for experimental magic, accepting the risks in pursuit of knowledge. The Death Eaters who'd come seeking power and found imprisonment instead. Different motivations, different eras, but the same fundamental mistake, believing they could control forces meant to remain mysterious. We can't help them, Bronwyn said quietly, from behind him. She'd seen his expression, understood what he was thinking. There's no counter-ritual, no way to free consciousness that's been trapped for this long. The geometric patterns are self-sustaining, eternal. We could study this chamber for decades and never find a solution. Bill nodded slowly. She was right, but that didn't make leaving any easier. Professional detachment had its limits. These had been people once, misguided perhaps, but people they deserved, better than eternal suffering. The Death Eaters chose this, Marcus said, and there was an edge to his voice that Bill hadn't heard before. They came here seeking power, trying to achieve immortality without caring about the cost. They got exactly what they wanted, eternal consciousness, just not in the way they expected. It was harsh, but accurate. Bill thought of Voldemort, who'd achieved a twisted form of immortality through Horcruxes and had ended up less than human, less than ghost. The pursuit of eternal life seemed to consistently result in states worse than death. He turned away from the chamber and its trapped inhabitants, pulling the passage door closed behind them. The stone sealed with a soft sound, and he felt the ancient wards reactivate, containing what lay within. Some magics were meant to be sealed, some knowledge meant to remain buried. The passage ahead descended further, and the hieroglyphs had changed yet again. These were warnings, Bill realized, increasingly urgent messages from the ancient builders to anyone who might penetrate this deep. Turn back. Abandon this path. The heart chamber contains only destruction, but the wards were destabilized. The damage the Death Eaters had caused during their attempt to breach the pyramid's defenses meant that leaving now, without reaching the source of the instability, would accomplish nothing. The pyramid would continue deteriorating until eventually the containment failed entirely, and whatever lay in the heart chamber would be accessible to anyone with sufficient skill and insufficient wisdom. We continue. Bill said more to convince himself than to inform the others. Whatever's ahead, we need to understand it, to stabilize the wards. That's still our mission. Bronwyn nodded, checking her ward analysis instruments. The magical density is increasing as we descend. We're approaching something significant, either the heart of the original working or the point where the Death Eater's damage was most severe. Marcus was quieter now. The bravado from yesterday and the enthusiasm from this morning, both extinguished. He'd aged in these few hours, had lost some fundamental innocence that couldn't be restored. Bill felt a pang of sympathy. He remembered his own first encounter with magic that crossed moral lines, the way it had changed his understanding of what wizards were capable of. They descended in silence, each person lost in their own thoughts, processing what they'd witnessed. The trapped consciousnesses in the chamber above would haunt Bill's dreams for years, he knew. Some experiences couldn't be fully integrated, couldn't be rationalized away with professional detachment. The passage opened into a third chamber, smaller than the previous two, but somehow more oppressive. The walls here were bare of decoration, except for a single large hieroglyph carved above what appeared to be a sealed doorway on the far side. Bronwyn studied it, her brow furrowed. It's a warning. Beyond this point, transformation becomes irreversible. The heart chamber permits only one-way passage. Enter and become other, or turn back and remain unchanged. Bill approached the sealed doorway, feeling the magic radiating from it. This was old power, fundamental forces woven into protections that had held for millennia. Behind this door was the source, the heart of the pyramid, where the ancient wizards had attempted their greatest and most terrible working. The Death Eaters had tried to force this door and failed. Their crude magic had damaged the outer wards, but hadn't penetrated here. The destabilization they'd caused was spreading inward, though. Eventually, it would reach this seal, and then whatever lay beyond would be exposed. We rest here, Bill decided. Set up a secure camp. We'll need our full strength before we attempt to open that door. As they unpacked supplies and established protective wards around their small camp, Bill found himself thinking about the choices ahead. Opening that door might give them the information they needed to restabilize the pyramid's defenses, or it might expose them to magic even more dangerous than what they'd already witnessed. Either way, they'd come too far to turn back now. The pyramid had claimed too many victims already. Ancient wizards and modern Death Eaters, all of them trapped by their own ambition or curiosity. Bill was determined not to add his team to that list. He settled against the wall, pulling the Death Eater mask from his pocket and studying it in his wand light. Someone had worn this, had walked these passages, had stood where he now stood, and made the choice to continue despite the warnings. That wizard was now trapped in the chamber above, conscious and suffering, eternally aware of his mistake. Bill carefully stored the mask away again and closed his eyes, trying to rest while knowing that sleep would be difficult with trapped consciousnesses. One chamber above, and unknown dangers, one chamber below, the pyramid waited, patient as stone, ancient as time, keeping its secrets close while the living struggled to understand mysteries, perhaps never meant to be solved. Bill woke to silence, the kind of profound quiet that set his instincts screaming before his conscious mind had fully engaged. He'd learned over years of dangerous work to trust those instincts, and he was on his feet with his wand drawn before he'd consciously registered what was wrong. Marcus's bedroll was empty. More than empty, it had been hastily abandoned, personal items scattered rather than neatly packed. Bill's curse-breaking kit had been rifled through, several specialized tools missing, and most damning of all, the protective wards around their camp had been deliberately dismantled from the inside. "Bronwyn," he said sharply, moving to wake her. She came alert immediately, years of field work having trained the same survival instincts. Her eyes went to Marcus's empty bedroll and widened with understanding. "When?" she asked, already on her feet and checking her own equipment. "Can't have been more than an hour ago. I was on watch until—" Bill checked his timepiece, swearing softly. "Someone cast a sleeping charm, subtle enough that I didn't notice it taking effect." Bronwyn's face went pale. "Marcus has been studying advanced charms. He wrote a paper on undetectable sleep enchantments during his training." Bill's jaw tightened. He'd been careless, had let his guard down in what he'd thought was a secure camp. The young curse-breaker's earlier enthusiasm and subsequent sobering in the face of danger had seemed like natural, emotional progression. Now he wondered how much of it had been performance. A quick inventory revealed the extent of the theft. Marcus had taken 3 of the most valuable artifacts they documented from the first chamber, small enough to carry, valuable enough to make him wealthy if he could find the right buyer. He'd also taken detailed notes on the ward structures, copies of the hieroglyphic translations, and the portable ward analysis instruments that would make navigating the pyramid's defenses significantly easier. "The artifacts from the first chamber are keyed into the overall ward structure," Bronwyn said, her voice tight with controlled anger. "Removing them will accelerate the destabilization. He's not just stealing, he's actively endangering the entire containment system. Bill was already moving toward the passage they descended through, following the faint magical trace Marcus had left behind. The young man was skilled, but not experienced enough to fully mask his passage through spaces saturated with ancient magic. He's heading back up, probably planning to exit before we can stop him. And he collapsed part of the passage behind him. Bronwyn had reached the tunnel entrance, her wand revealing the fresh rockfall that blocked their most direct route to the surface. This wasn't hasty. He planned this. The sleeping charm, the theft, even the collapse. He's been planning it since we entered. The realization settled in Bill's stomach like cold lead. Marcus's nervousness yesterday, his apparent maturation today, all of it might have been calculated to make Bill trust him, to get him close enough to the artifacts to identify what could be safely stolen. The young curse breaker had never intended to help stabilize the pyramid. He'd come here to rob it. Bill studied the collapsed passage, his mind racing through options. They could attempt to clear it, but that would take hours and might trigger additional collapses. Or they could continue deeper into the pyramid, find another route to the surface through chambers they hadn't yet explored. A more dangerous option, but potentially faster. How badly will removing those artifacts destabilize the wards? He asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Bronwyn was running calculations on a piece of parchment, her hand moving rapidly. The first chamber's configuration is designed to be self-balancing. Remove 3 nodes, and she looked up, her expression grim. Days, maybe a week at most, before the containment in the chamber above us fails. The trapped consciousnesses could break free of their geometric prison. Bill felt his blood run cold. Those ancient wizards and Death Eaters, trapped for centuries or decades, desperate for any form of physical existence. If they escaped their containment, they'd seek out any living beings within reach. They'd try to possess Khaled, waiting above. They'd spread into the desert, potentially reaching populated areas. And Marcus focused on his theft and escape. Either didn't understand the consequences or didn't care. We need to catch him, Bill said, decision crystallizing, and we need to return those artifacts before the containment fails. Can you monitor the ward stability from here? Bronwyn nodded, pulling out her backup analysis instruments. I can track the degradation rate and give you warning if we're approaching critical failure. But Bill, he has at least an hour's head start. He knows you're coming, and he's proven he's willing to use force to protect his theft. Bill checked his wand, verified the defensive amulets he wore were fully charged, and secured his remaining equipment. He's also young, inexperienced in actual combat, and overconfident. I've been doing this work since before he left Hogwarts. A memory surfaced, himself at 23, fresh from a successful tomb excavation in Peru, convinced he was invincible. He'd taken risks that made him shudder in retrospect, had pushed boundaries that could have gotten him and his team killed. Arthur Weasley had sat him down after that assignment and explained with quiet firmness that brilliance without wisdom was just another word for recklessness. Marcus was brilliant clearly, but he'd let ambition override judgment, and now people, including himself, would pay the price. I'll bring him back, Bill said. And the artifacts. You focus on monitoring the wards. If I'm not back in 6 hours and the destabilization is accelerating, seal the pyramid from the outside. Use the emergency protocols. Khaled will know how. That would trap you inside, Bronwyn said quietly. Better me than releasing those consciousnesses. Bill managed a grim smile. Don't worry. I don't plan on becoming a permanent resident. He turned toward the collapsed passage, studying it more carefully now. Marcus had brought down enough stone to block the route, but had been careful not to trigger a complete collapse that might have killed them. That suggested some residual conscience, or at least a desire to avoid being hunted for murder as well as theft. Bill began working on the rubble, not trying to clear it entirely, but searching for structural weaknesses. Ancient pyramid construction was remarkably sophisticated, but collapses always created gaps, spaces where stone hadn't settled perfectly. After 20 minutes of careful probing, he found what he was looking for, a narrow gap near the ceiling where larger stones had wedged against each other, leaving a crawl space barely wide enough for a human body. I'm going through, he told Bronwyn. If the passage collapses further while I'm in it, you know what to do. She nodded, moving to position herself where she could monitor both his progress and the ward's stability. Be careful. And Bill, when you catch him, he's still young, still capable of learning from this. Bill thought about the trapped consciousnesses above them, about the Death Eaters who had come here seeking power and found eternal imprisonment. Marcus was following in dangerous footsteps, but he hadn't crossed certain lines yet. Theft wasn't murder. Recklessness wasn't deliberate malice, I'll remember, he promised. The crawl space was tight enough that Bill had to remove his outer robe and push his equipment bag ahead of him, pulling himself forward on his elbows through darkness lit only by his wand. Stone pressed against his back and shoulders, and he forced himself to breathe slowly, to ignore the crushing weight of the pyramid above him. Panic served no purpose. Fear without control was just another trap. He thought of Ginny again, that 11-year-old girl who'd survived possession and emerged stronger. She'd learned that terror could be acknowledged and then set aside, that consciousness could be invaded but not destroyed, that choices made under duress weren't character failures, but opportunities for growth. Marcus had made bad choices, but choices could be unmade. Directions could be changed. Paths could be corrected. Bill had to believe that, had to give the young man a chance at redemption. Or else, what was the point of any of this? The crawl space opened into the passage beyond the collapse after what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. Bill pulled himself through, retrieved his equipment, and began moving quickly up the passage toward the chamber of trapped consciousnesses. Marcus's magical trace was stronger here. He'd moved fast, but not carefully, leaving signs of his passage that any experienced tracker could follow. Bill noted disturbed dust, faint scorch marks where hasty spells had been cast, even a dropped piece of parchment containing ward calculations. The young man was scared. Bill realized, running from his own conscience as much as from potential pursuit. That fear might make him dangerous, or it might make him vulnerable to reason. Bill wouldn't know until he caught up. The passage opened into the chamber with its 7 platforms and 6 preserved bodies. Bill felt the temperature drop immediately, sensed the trapped consciousnesses stirring at his presence. They recognized him from his previous passage, remembered the living warmth of his mind. But something was different now. The shadow forms were agitated, swirling in patterns that spoke of disruption, rather than their previous static suffering. And on the floor near the entrance, Bill saw what had disturbed them. Marcus had attempted to take one of the amulets from a preserved body. The young curse-breaker had made it this far, had seen the chamber and its terrible inhabitants, and his first instinct had been to identify additional valuable artifacts. He'd reached for an amulet, and the chamber's defenses had responded. Bill could see the sequence of events written in scorch marks and displaced dust. Marcus had tried to remove the amulet. The preservation magic maintaining the body had reacted violently, protecting its charge. Marcus had been thrown back, his theft interrupted. And in that moment of disruption, the geometric patterns containing the trapped consciousnesses had weakened slightly. The shadow forms had tried to reach him, desperate for any contact with living flesh. Marcus had panicked, had cast defensive spells that further damaged the chamber's delicate balance. Then he'd run, abandoning his attempt at theft, but leaving chaos in his wake. Bill moved carefully through the chamber, noting the damaged wards, the flickering preservation spells, the way the trapped consciousnesses pressed against their geometric prison with renewed desperation. Marcus's interference had weakened the containment significantly. Combined with the theft of the 3 artifacts from the first chamber, the timeline to complete failure had probably accelerated from days to hours. "I'm sorry," Bill said quietly to the shadow forms, though he knew they couldn't properly hear him. "I'll try to repair what was damaged. I'll try to make this right." He couldn't free them. That was impossible. But he could perhaps re-strengthen their prison, give them the mercy of stable containment rather than the additional suffering of hope for escape that would never materialize. First, though, he needed to catch Marcus and recover the stolen artifacts. Bill found evidence of the young curse-breaker's passage through the next chamber, the one where they'd first seen the ancient artifacts arranged in geometric patterns. Here, Marcus had been more careful, had avoided disturbing anything beyond what he'd already taken. He'd learned his lesson from the chamber above, at least temporarily. The trail led upward through passages Bill recognized from their descent. Marcus was heading for the entrance, for the desert above and the freedom it represented. But he'd been slowed by his burden. 3 artifacts, each one radiating enough magic to make concealment difficult, and he'd been injured during his confrontation with the preservation spell, judging by the occasional blood drops Bill found on the stone floor. Bill pushed himself faster, drawing on reserves of endurance built over years of field work. He was older than Marcus, more experienced, and he had the advantage of knowing the young man's destination. There were only so many routes to the surface, and Marcus didn't have time for careful exploration. The passages grew warmer as Bill climbed, marking his approach to the pyramid's outer levels. The hieroglyphs here were the warnings they'd seen on their entry, the increasingly urgent messages to turn back. Marcus had ignored them on the way down, seeking treasure. Now he was fleeing past them, seeking escape. Bill rounded a corner and finally saw him. Marcus was perhaps 50 yards ahead, moving awkwardly with one arm pressed against his side where the preservation spell had struck him. The stolen artifacts were secured in a makeshift sling across his back, their combined magical signature creating a faint glow in the dim passage. "Marcus," Bill's voice echoed off stone walls. "Stop. We need to talk." The young cursebreaker whirled, his wand coming up defensively. Even from this distance, Bill could see the fear and guilt warring in his expression, could read the body language of someone who'd made terrible choices and didn't know how to unmake them. Don't follow me, Marcos called back, his voice cracking slightly. I don't want to hurt you, Bill, but I'm not going back. I'm not giving these up. Bill advanced slowly, keeping his own wand lowered in a non-threatening position. You're injured. The preservation spell would have killed a less skilled wizard, and you've destabilized the containment. The trapped consciousnesses might break free within hours. That's not my problem. But Marcus's voice lacked conviction. Those Death Eaters chose their fate. The ancient wizards knew the risks. I'm just taking what's valuable from a place that was going to collapse anyway. The artifacts you took are keyed into the ward structure, Bill said, still advancing. Without them, the containment will fail. Those consciousnesses will escape, and they'll seek out the nearest living vessels. Khaled is waiting above. Any travelers in the desert. Eventually, they might reach populated areas. He saw the moment when Marcus understood the full implications, when the young man's face went even paler than injury had already made it. Bill pressed the advantage, speaking more gently now. You made a mistake, a serious one, but it's not irreversible yet. We can return the artifacts, repair the wards, stabilize the containment. You'll face consequences from Gringotts, probably dismissal, possibly prosecution, but you won't be responsible for releasing ancient horrors into the world. Marcus's wand wavered. You don't understand. I have debts, family obligations. This was supposed to be my chance to what? Get rich through theft? Bill was close enough now to see the dried blood on Marcus's robes, the way he favored his injured side. I understand pressure. I come from a family without money, without connections. I chose curse breaking because I loved the work, not because it paid well. And I've been tempted. Believe me, I've seen artifacts worth fortunes, knowledge that could make me famous. But theft isn't the answer. It never is. A memory surfaced. Bill himself during the Second Wizarding War, sheltering refugees at Shell Cottage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had arrived with a stolen goblin sword, pursued by Death Eaters. Bill had helped them because it was right, not because it was safe or profitable. He'd chosen people over treasure then, and he was choosing it now. Come back with me, he said quietly. Help me repair what was damaged. Face the consequences with honor rather than running from them. That's the only way forward that doesn't end in disaster. For a long moment, Marcus stood frozen, his internal struggle visible on his face. Then, slowly, his wand lowered. I can't pay the debts if I'm dismissed from Gringotts, he said, his voice hollow with defeat. Maybe not immediately, but you'll be alive, and you'll have learned something. That's worth more than you realize. Bill extended his hand, not as a threat, but as an offer. We all make mistakes, Marcus. What defines us is what we do next. The young cursebreaker took a shuddering breath, then another. His hand went to the sling containing the stolen artifacts, and for a terrible moment, Bill thought he might bolt. Then Marcus carefully removed the sling and held it out. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry. I thought I could. I know. Bill took the artifacts, feeling their magical weight, the way they seemed to hum with contained power. But now, we fix it. Together. Behind them, deeper in the pyramid, Bill felt a tremor through the stone, a warning that time was running short, that the destabilization was accelerating. They needed to return these artifacts to their proper place, needed to repair the damage Marcus had caused in the chamber of trapped consciousnesses, needed to stabilize the wards before catastrophic failure. "Can you walk?" he asked Marcus. The young man nodded, still looking shattered, but determined now. "I can walk." Then we go back, down into the pyramid, back to where this started, and we make it right. Bill turned, leading the way back down into darkness, back toward the chambers of ancient magic and terrible choices. Marcus followed, and together they descended once more into the depths where the dead waited, trapped and suffering, depending on the living to maintain the prisons they'd built for themselves millennia ago. The pyramid held its secrets close, but for now, just for now, Bill had prevented those secrets from escaping into a world unprepared for their terrible power. The descent back into the pyramid's depths felt longer than Bill remembered, weighted by exhaustion and the awareness of how little time remained. Marcus moved beside him in silence, his injury making each step an effort he refused to acknowledge aloud. The stolen artifacts hung heavy in Bill's pack, their combined magic creating an almost physical pressure that seemed to resist being returned to their proper place. Bronwyn met them at the entrance to the chamber of trapped consciousnesses, her face drawn with tension. "The ward degradation is accelerating faster than my calculations predicted," she said without preamble. "We have perhaps 4 hours before containment failure. Maybe less." Bill nodded, unsurprised. The pyramid's magic was ancient, complex, and interconnected in ways modern curse breakers could only partially understand. Remove key components, and the entire system began cascading toward collapse. "Marcus will help us repair what he damaged," Bill said, his tone making it clear this wasn't a suggestion. He knows the consequences now. The young cursebreaker met Bronwyn's accusatory gaze and held it, though Bill could see the effort it cost him. "I made a mistake. A terrible one. I'll do whatever's needed to fix it." Bronwyn studied him for a long moment, then nodded curtly. "Then let's not waste what little time we have." They entered the chamber together, and Bill felt the temperature drop immediately, the trapped consciousnesses stirring at their presence. The shadow forms were more agitated than before, swirling in patterns that spoke of growing desperation. They could sense the containment weakening, could feel the geometric prison that had held them for centuries or millennia beginning to fail. Marcus flinched at his first sight of them, his guilt written plainly across his face. "I didn't know. When I tried to take the amulet, I didn't understand what they were, what I was doing to them." "Now you do," Bill said quietly, "and now you help fix it." They worked methodically, Bill directing while Bronwyn monitored the ward stability, and Marcus, despite his injury, assisted with the delicate spell work required to repair the geometric patterns. The preservation magic around the bodies had been disrupted by Marcus's attempted theft, and restoring it required precision and patience they barely had time for. Bill found himself drawing on every technique he'd learned over years of curse breaking: steady hands, steady mind, absolute focus despite the pressure. He thought of his father, Arthur Weasley, who worked with Muggle artifacts not because they made him wealthy, but because they fascinated him. Arthur had taught Bill that real mastery came from respecting what you worked with, from approaching even the most mundane object with genuine curiosity and care. These weren't mundane objects. These were the remnants of lives lived and lost, of consciousness trapped in forms never meant to be eternal. Bill worked with reverence, carefully restoring the spells that maintained the preserved bodies, reinforcing the geometric patterns that kept the shadow forms contained. As he worked, information flooded his mind. Not overwhelming this time, but measured, as if the trapped consciousnesses recognized he was trying to help. He saw fragments of their original lives, the ancient wizards who'd volunteered for the ritual, driven by genuine curiosity about the nature of death and transformation. The Death Eaters, who'd come seeking power and found imprisonment instead, their arrogance turned to horror as they realized their mistake. One set of memories stood out with particular clarity. A young Death Eater, barely older than Marcus, Bill realized, who'd followed older, more experienced dark wizards to this pyramid during the First Wizarding War. He'd been promised knowledge, power, the secrets of immortality that would help Lord Voldemort achieve his goals. Instead, he'd watched his companions get trapped in the geometric patterns, had seen their consciousness separate from their bodies with no way to return. He'd panicked, had tried to flee, and had gotten caught himself in the chamber's defenses. For 30 years, he'd been aware, conscious, trapped, watching through shadow eyes as seasons changed outside the pyramid, as the war he'd fought for ended, as the Dark Lord he'd served was destroyed and then resurrected and destroyed again. Bill felt an unexpected surge of pity. This had been someone's son, someone's brother perhaps, a young wizard who'd made terrible choices and paid a price far exceeding any crime he might have committed. Azkaban would have been mercy compared to this. Bill, Bronwyn's voice pulled him back to the present. The ward restoration is holding, but we still need to return the artifacts to the first chamber. The longer they're absent from their proper configuration, the more unstable the entire system becomes. Bill straightened, flexing his hands to restore circulation. The repair work had taken nearly 2 hours, and his magical reserves were depleted. But the geometric patterns were stable again, the trapped consciousnesses secured. For now, Marcus had worked without complaint, following Bill's instructions precisely despite his obvious pain and exhaustion. The young Cursebreaker had proved he could learn, could adapt, could set aside ego in service of necessity. It didn't erase his theft, but it suggested redemption might be possible. "Let's move," Bill said, shouldering his pack with the 3 stolen artifacts. "We return these. Then we need to make a decision about the heart chamber." They descended back through the passages, retracing their steps to the first chamber, where hundreds of artifacts still glowed with their contained magic. The geometric patterns here were visibly strained gaps, showing where the 3 missing pieces had disrupted the careful balance. Returning the artifacts was delicate work. Each one needed to be placed in its exact original position, its magical signature realigned with the surrounding configuration. Bill worked slowly, checking and rechecking each placement, while Bronwyn monitored the ward response, and Marcus held illumination spells steady. When the 3rd artifact clicked into place, Bill felt a subtle shift in the chamber's magic, a sense of rightness of balance restored. The geometric patterns stabilized, the glow from the surrounding artifacts brightening slightly as the system recognized its completion. Bronwyn consulted her instruments, relief evident in her voice. The degradation has stopped. The wards are holding stable again. We've bought ourselves time, probably days rather than hours now. Bill allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before reality reasserted itself. But we still haven't addressed the underlying problem. The Death Eaters' attempted breach 30 years ago damaged the outer wards. That damage is still there, still spreading slowly inward. Eventually, it will reach the heart chamber. And when it does, he didn't need to finish. They all understood the implications. Whatever magic the ancient wizards had created in the pyramid's deepest level, whatever working had been powerful enough to draw Death Eaters across continents, would eventually become accessible if the ward damage wasn't permanently repaired. "We have to go deeper," Marcus said quietly. "We have to reach the heart chamber and understand what's there before we can know how to seal it properly." Bill met the young man's eyes, seeing a new maturity there, hard-won through consequences and choices. "That's the job. But I want you both to understand what we might be facing. The heart chamber is where the original ritual was performed, where the ancient wizards attempted their greatest working. Everything we've seen so far, the trapped consciousnesses, the preservation magic, all of it, that's just the fallout from what happened in that chamber." The hieroglyphs called it a place of irreversible transformation, Bronwyn said. They warned that entering meant becoming other. I've been thinking about what that means. "Tell us," Bill prompted. "The ancient Egyptians understood magic differently than we do. They didn't see it as a tool to be wielded, but as a fundamental force that shaped reality. Transformation wasn't about transfiguration, changing one thing into another. It was about crossing thresholds between states of being, life to death, consciousness to unconsciousness, material to immaterial." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "I think the heart chamber is where they tried to map those thresholds, to understand and control the crossing points. And I think what they created was a space where those boundaries became permeable, where transformation could occur whether you wanted it to or not." Marcus looked uneasy. "So entering the chamber might change us, separate our consciousness from our bodies, like what happened to those poor souls upstairs?" "Maybe. Or it might do something else entirely." Bronwyn's expression was troubled. "The hieroglyphs say transformation is irreversible. That suggests whatever happens in that chamber is permanent." Bill thought about the choices ahead. They could seal the pyramid from outside, leave the heart chamber unexplored and undocumented. It would contain the immediate threat, but leave the underlying instability. Eventually, years from now, perhaps, or decades, the damage would spread far enough to compromise even the deepest wards. Or they could enter the heart chamber, understand its magic fully, and potentially find a way to permanently stabilize or neutralize it. But that meant risking the irreversible transformation the hieroglyphs warned about. A memory surfaced, Bill standing in the remains of Hogwarts after the battle, watching his youngest brother Ron embrace Hermione. Ron had spent a year hunting Horcruxes, had faced death repeatedly, had been changed by the experience in ways both terrible and profound. He'd entered that journey as a boy and emerged as a man, transformed irreversibly by what he'd witnessed and done. Transformation wasn't always magical. Sometimes it was simply the cost of doing what needed to be done. "I'm going in," Bill said. "Alone. You two will stay in the antechamber, monitoring the wards and ready to seal the chamber if something goes wrong." "Absolutely not." Bronwyn's voice was firm. "We're a team. We entered this pyramid together. and we'll finish the job together." Marcus nodded, surprising Bill with his determination. "I caused this crisis with my theft. I don't get to avoid the consequences by staying behind while you risk yourself." Bill looked at them both. Bronwyn, with her careful analytical mind and years of experience. Marcus, with his newfound maturity and desperate need for redemption. They were right. This was a team effort, and separating now would only increase the danger for all of them. "Then we go together," he said. "But we go carefully, and we follow protocols. At the first sign of uncontrolled transformation, anyone affected retreats immediately." "Understood." 2 nods. They gathered their equipment, checked their protective amulets, and prepared for what might be the most dangerous part of an already perilous assignment. The descent to the sealed doorway took less time now that they knew the route. The antechamber where they'd previously camped was exactly as they'd left it, the large hieroglyph above the sealed door seeming to watch their approach with ancient patience. Bill approached the door, studying the sealing magic with his most careful attention. It was remarkably sophisticated, not a simple locking charm, but a complex ward system that tested anyone attempting entry. He could feel it evaluating him, measuring his intentions, his understanding, his readiness to face what lay beyond. He thought about calm, about centeredness, about the steady determination that had carried him through years of curse breaking. He thought about Fleur waiting at Shell Cottage, about his family scattered across Britain, about the responsibility he carried to keep dangerous magic contained and controlled. The seal recognized something in that mental state. The door began to glow, hieroglyphs illuminating in sequence as ancient mechanisms engaged. Then, with a sound like a long-held breath being released, it swung slowly inward. Beyond lay darkness. Not the natural darkness of unlit space, but something deeper, more absolute. Bill's one light penetrated it only weakly, revealing stone steps descending into shadow that seemed to actively resist illumination. "Stay close," he said quietly. "Don't touch anything without explicit permission. And remember, if you feel yourself changing, if you sense any separation between consciousness and body, you retreat immediately." They descended together, 3 curse breakers, entering a space that had been sealed for 3,000 years, a chamber where ancient wizards had attempted to map the boundaries between life and death, and had created something unprecedented in magical history. The stairs ended in a vast circular space, and as they reached the bottom, the chamber itself began to glow, not with the golden light of the upper chambers, but with something that shifted between colors. Blue, becoming silver, becoming violet hues that had no names. In any language Bill knew, the walls were covered, not with hieroglyphs, but with geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, shapes that suggested dimensions beyond the 3 they normally inhabited. And in the chamber's center, suspended in the air with no visible support, was a sphere of pure crystallized magic. It was perhaps 3 feet in diameter, its surface constantly shifting patterns flowing across it like thoughts made visible. Bill could feel the power radiating from it, not aggressive, not hostile, but present in a way that made his magical awareness feel like a candle held up to the sun. "This is it." Bronwyn breathed, her voice filled with awe and terror. "This is what the ancient wizards created, a physical manifestation of the crossing point between states of being." A map of transformation made real, Bill circled the sphere, slowly studying it from multiple angles. He could see patterns in its surface that corresponded to the geometric designs on the walls, could sense how it connected to the trapped consciousnesses in the chamber above, could feel it reaching out with subtle tendrils of magic to evaluate everyone in its presence. And he understood with sudden, terrible clarity why the Death Eaters had come here, why they'd been willing to risk international incident and ancient curses to reach this chamber. This was the key to immortality they'd been seeking, not Horcruxes, which required murder and fractured the soul. This was something potentially more elegant, a way to separate consciousness from flesh without destruction, to preserve awareness in a stable state, to potentially transfer that consciousness to new vessels. Except it didn't work. The ancient wizards had succeeded in creating the mechanism, but had failed to control it. The sphere was a trap, a beautiful, elegant trap that caught consciousness and held it suspended, unable to return to flesh or move on to whatever lay beyond death. "We need to destroy it," Marcus said, his voice shaking. "This is what created all the suffering upstairs. This is why those people are trapped. We destroy this. We free them." "We can't," Bronwyn said. Her instruments trained on the sphere. "The magic is self-sustaining. It's been generating power for 3 millennia, drawing on fundamental forces we barely understand. Attempting to destroy it might release all that accumulated energy at once, an explosion that could level everything for miles." Bill stared at the sphere, his mind racing through possibilities. They couldn't destroy it. They couldn't leave it accessible for future dark wizards to discover. The containment was failing gradually, and eventually the heart chamber would be reachable by anyone with sufficient skill and insufficient wisdom. There was only one solution he could see, and it was going to cost them everything they'd hoped to gain from this expedition. "We seal it," he said quietly. "Permanently. We use the pyramid's own magic to lock this chamber so completely that no one, not Death Eaters, not curse breakers, not anyone, can ever reach it again. We bury this knowledge so deep, it might as well not exist." Bronwyn turned to stare at him. "That means sacrificing all the information we've gathered. The pyramid's historical significance, the artifacts, the ancient magical techniques, all of it becomes inaccessible forever." "Yes," Bill said. "And Gringotts will be furious. We'll probably both be dismissed for destroying valuable research opportunities. But it's the only way to ensure this magic never harms anyone else." Marcus was nodding slowly, understanding dawning in his expression. "This is what I should have done from the beginning. Chosen protection over profit, people over treasure." Bill met his eyes. "It's what we're all choosing now. Together." The decision made, they began the complex work of permanent sealing, using the pyramid's own ward structure against itself, layering protection upon protection until the heart chamber would be locked behind magic so dense that even attempting to breach it would trigger complete collapse. As they worked, Bill felt the sphere watching them, evaluating their choice, and he could have sworn he felt something like approval radiating from it, as if the ancient wizards who'd created it had always hoped someone would eventually make the decision to seal it away, to choose wisdom over power. The work was exhausting, draining their magical reserves completely and pushing them to the edges of what they could safely accomplish. But gradually, the seals took shape, layer after layer of protective magic, each one keyed to collapse rather than permit entry if tampered with. When they finished, Bill felt the pyramid itself respond, ancient magic recognizing their intentions and reinforcing their work. The heart chamber was now sealed more completely than any tomb in Egypt, protected not just by human magic, but by the accumulated power of 3 millennia. They climbed the stairs slowly, exhaustion making every step an effort. Behind them, the sphere continued its eternal rotation, suspended in its chamber that would now remain sealed until the pyramid itself crumbled to dust, a fate that might take thousands more years. As they emerged into the antechamber, the sealed door closing behind them with finality, Bill felt something shift in his chest, a sense of completion, of having made a choice that was right even though it cost him personally. He'd chosen people over power, protection over profit, and in doing so, he'd become the man he'd always aspired to be. Not the young curse breaker seeking glory, but the mature wizard who understood that some knowledge was too dangerous to preserve, that some choices required sacrifice. The man who would later stand quietly firm at his own wedding when Death Eaters attacked, who would shelter refugees during the darkest days of war, who would always choose people over treasure. The transformation was irreversible, and Bill Weasley wouldn't have wanted it any other way. The journey back through the pyramid's chambers felt different now, weighted by knowledge and consequence. Bill led the way through passages that seemed to exhale relief at their decision, as if the ancient stones themselves approved of the permanent sealing. His magical reserves were depleted to dangerous levels, his body operating on instinct and years of conditioning that kept curse breakers moving even when exhaustion demanded rest. Behind him, Bronwyn and Marcus were equally drained. None of them spoke as they climbed, conserving energy for the long ascent that still lay ahead. But Bill's mind wouldn't rest, couldn't stop analyzing what they'd accomplished and what remained undone. They'd sealed the heart chamber permanently. The sphere of crystallized transformation magic would remain locked away, inaccessible to anyone who might seek to exploit its power. That was good. That was necessary. But Marcus had stolen 3 artifacts before Bill had caught him, and those artifacts had spent hours away from their proper configuration. The young Cursebreaker had returned them, yes, and the immediate destabilization had been arrested. But Bill's experienced eye had noticed something during the restoration work. Subtle fractures in the geometric patterns, hairline cracks in the magical architecture that suggested deeper damage than they'd initially assessed. The pyramid's containment would hold for now. Days, certainly, perhaps weeks or even months. But eventually, those fractures would spread, and when they did, the trapped consciousnesses in the chamber above might find ways through weaknesses that hadn't existed before Marcus's interference. They needed to complete the sealing work. And to do that, they needed the stolen artifacts, not just returned, but ritually reconsecrated, their magical signatures fully reintegrated into the configuration they'd been torn from. Bill stopped at the entrance to the chamber of trapped consciousnesses, his hand raised to signal the others to halt. "We're not finished," he said quietly. "The artifacts are back in position, but the damage goes deeper than physical placement." Bronwyn moved beside him, her instruments already out and scanning. Her face grew pale as she studied the readings. The geometric patterns are fractured, not completely broken, but compromised. The containment will degrade over time. faster than natural decay would account for. Marcus's guilt was written plainly across his features. "How long do we have weeks?" Bronwyn said, after a moment of calculation. "Maybe a month before the first trapped consciousness finds a weakness large enough to exploit. After that..." She didn't need to finish. Bill thought about Khaled, waiting above in the desert. The Egyptian wizard's family had guarded this pyramid for 11 generations, maintaining their vigil even though they'd never fully understood what lay sealed within. If the containment failed, if the trapped consciousnesses escaped, Khaled would be the first target, the nearest living being with the magical awareness to serve as a potential vessel. "We need to perform a reconsecration ritual," Bill said, decision crystallizing. "Full reintegration of the artifacts into the ward structure. It's advanced work. I've only done it twice before, and both times were with smaller, simpler configurations." "What does the ritual require?" Marcus asked, and Bill could hear the determination in his voice. The young curse-breaker, ready to face whatever consequences his actions had created. Bill met his eyes. "Blood magic, not dark, but definitely grey. Using our own life force to reinforce the ward connections. It's dangerous, especially with our magical reserves as depleted as they are. And it requires 3 participants working in perfect synchronization." "I'll do it," Marcus said immediately. "Whatever it takes." Bronwyn nodded her agreement. "We came here to stabilize the pyramid's defenses. If we leave now, we've only postponed the problem, not solved it." Bill felt a surge of respect for both of them. They were exhausted, frightened, pushed to their limits, and still willing to go further because the work required it. This was what curse-breaking truly meant. Not the glory of discovery or the wealth of recovered artifacts, but the grinding, dangerous responsibility of containing magic that threatened the living world. He thought of Ron again, his youngest brother, who'd spent a year hunting Horcruxes. Ron had described the exhaustion, the fear, the constant awareness that failure meant catastrophic consequences. But he'd also described the camaraderie, the way shared danger and shared purpose forged bonds stronger than comfort ever could. Bill felt that same bond forming now between 3 curse breakers who'd faced ancient horrors together and chosen protection over personal safety. "Then we do this properly," Bill said. "We rest for 1 hour. No arguments. We need some magical recovery or the ritual could kill us. We eat, we hydrate, we prepare ourselves mentally. Then we perform the reconsecration and seal this pyramid so completely that nothing inside can ever escape." They made camp in the antechamber, outside the chamber of trapped consciousnesses, establishing protective wards and unpacking their remaining supplies. The food was simple: preserved travel rations and water purification tablets. But Bill forced himself to eat mechanically, knowing his body needed fuel, even if his exhausted mind couldn't summon appetite. As they ate in silence, Bill found himself thinking about the choices that had led here. His decision years ago to become a curse breaker instead of pursuing safer, more lucrative careers. His choice to specialize in ancient Egyptian magic, accepting assignments that took him far from family and comfort. His determination to approach every sealed tomb and cursed vault with respect rather than greed. Understanding that power without wisdom was just elaborate suicide. And now, this choice to perform dangerous blood magic while depleted, to risk permanent injury or death because the alternative was worse. A memory surfaced from his Hogwarts years. He'd been head boy, responsible for younger students' safety. One night, he'd found Fred and George preparing to test a particularly dangerous experimental charm in an unused classroom. Instead of simply confiscating their work and assigning detention, he'd sat down with them and explained, really explained, why certain risks weren't worth taking, how brilliance without restraint could turn deadly. They'd listened, surprisingly, not because he'd threatened punishment, but because he'd respected their intelligence while still making his position clear. Some experiments were too dangerous. Some knowledge came at too high a cost. The trick was knowing the difference. He'd learned that lesson thoroughly now, deep in a pyramid that served as a 3,000-year-old monument to the consequences of pushing too far. The ancient wizards had created something extraordinary, a physical manifestation of transformation magic, a map of the crossing points between states of being, and that very extraordinariness had been their downfall, trapping them in a state worse than death. The Death Eaters who'd come here decades later had seen only the potential for power, had ignored the warnings literally carved into every surface. They'd paid the price, their consciousness trapped alongside the ancient wizards they'd sought to exploit. And Marcus, brilliant and ambitious, had nearly added himself to that tally of the trapped and suffering. Only Bill's intervention and the young man's capacity for learning had prevented him from becoming another cautionary tale. The hour of rest passed too quickly. Bill rose, his body protesting, but his magical reserves marginally restored. Bronwyn and Marcus stirred as well, their faces set with determination that couldn't quite mask underlying fear. The ritual requires us to form a triangle around the 3 artifacts I stole, Marcus said, his voice steady despite everything. He'd been studying the ritual notes Bill had provided, understanding what would be required. We link our magic, pool our life force, and channel it through the artifacts back into the geometric configuration. The risk, Bronwyn added, is that if any one of us loses concentration or control, the backlash could kill all 3 of us. And even if we maintain perfect control, we'll be severely weakened afterward, possibly for days. Bill nodded confirmation. Which is why I need you both to understand. If something goes wrong, if you feel the magic becoming uncontrollable, you break the link immediately. Better to fail and survive than succeed and die. Understood, they said in unison. They entered the first chamber where hundreds of artifacts glowed with their contained magic. The 3 pieces Marcus had stolen were subtly dimmer than their neighbors, their magical signatures not quite aligned despite being physically returned. Those were the fracture points, the weaknesses through which the trapped consciousnesses might eventually escape. Bill, Bronwyn, and Marcus positioned themselves in a triangle formation around the 3 artifacts, each taking one as their focus point. They linked hands, forming a physical connection that would help channel the ritual magic. Bill felt their magical signatures, Bronwyn's careful and analytical, Marcus's brilliant but still raw, his own steady and experienced, beginning to harmonize. On my mark, Bill said quietly. Remember, slow, steady, controlled. This isn't a race. We build the power gradually and channel it precisely. He drew his wand with his free hand, the others mirroring his movement. Then he began the incantation. Old Kingdom Egyptian, the language of the pyramid's builders, words that resonated with the ancient magic still saturating these stones. The artifacts responded immediately, their glow intensifying as the ritual engaged. Bill felt his magical reserves draining, flowing out through the hand link to combine with Bronwyn's and Marcus's power. The pooled magic swirled around them, visible as faint golden light that traced geometric patterns in the air. Then came the difficult part, the blood magic component that would bind their life force to the working Bill. Used his wand to draw a small cut across his palm, letting 3 drops of blood fall onto the artifact. Before him, Bronwyn and Marcus did the same. Their movements synchronized with his. The chamber's magic surged in response, recognizing the offering. Bill felt the connection deepen, felt his awareness expanding to encompass not just his own artifact, but all 3, then the entire geometric configuration, then the chamber itself. He could sense the fractures in the magical architecture, the hairline cracks Marcus's theft had created, and he could feel the trapped consciousnesses pressing against those fractures, testing them, desperately seeking any weakness that might offer escape from their eternal prison. "Zero focus," Bill said, his voice distant even to his own ears. "Channel the power into the fractures, seal them, reinforce them, make them stronger than the original working." The pooled magic responded to his direction, flowing toward the damaged areas like water-seeking cracks. Bill felt Bronwyn's analytical precision guiding the power, Marcus's raw strength providing the necessary force, his own experience shaping everything into a coherent whole. The chamber seemed to hold its breath. The geometric patterns on the walls pulsed in time with their heartbeats. The hundreds of artifacts surrounding them resonated with building harmonics that created sounds just below the threshold of hearing Bill pushed harder, drawing on reserves he barely had, pouring his life force into the working, because the alternative, failure, was unacceptable. He thought of Fleur, of his family, of Khalid waiting above, of every innocent person who would be threatened if these trapped consciousnesses escaped. The fractures began to close. Slowly, painfully slowly, the cracks in the magical architecture sealed themselves, reinforced by blood magic and determination, and the willing sacrifice of 3 curse breakers who understood the stakes. But the cost was devastating. Bill felt his strength draining, felt his magical core depleting to levels that would take weeks to fully restore. Beside him, Bronwyn swayed, her face pale as parchment. Marcus was trembling, barely maintaining his position, but his grip remained firm and his concentration unbroken. "Almost there," Bill managed. "Hold on, just hold." The final fracture sealed with a sound like crystal chiming. The artifacts blazed with renewed power, their magical signatures fully reintegrated into the geometric configuration. The chamber's magic stabilized, stronger now than before Marcus's interference, reinforced by the blood and life force of 3 living wizards who'd chosen protection over preservation of self. Bill released the ritual with careful precision, ensuring the power dispersed safely rather than backlashing into any of them. The golden light faded, the artifacts returned to their steady glow, and 3 curse breakers collapsed where they stood, drained beyond anything they'd experienced before. Bill lay on the cold stone floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his body trembling with exhaustion. But his curse breaker's instincts were still functioning, still analyzing. He could feel the chamber's magic now, stable, secure, properly contained. The trapped consciousnesses had no weaknesses to exploit, The pyramid's defenses would hold not just for weeks, but for centuries, perhaps millennia more. They'd succeeded. At tremendous personal cost, they'd succeeded. "Is everyone alive?" he managed to ask. "Barely," Bronwyn responded from somewhere to his left. "But yes, alive. I can't feel my legs," Marcus said, his voice weak but carrying a note of dark humor. "Is that normal?" "For this level of depletion, yes," Bill assured him. "Give it a few minutes. Sensation will return." They lay there in the ancient chamber, too exhausted to move, surrounded by artifacts that glowed with renewed power. The trapped consciousnesses were secure. The heart chamber was permanently sealed. The pyramid's dangerous magic would remain contained, protected by wards stronger than any that had existed before. And 3 curse breakers had learned what true mastery meant. Not the power to break curses or claim treasures, but the wisdom to know when something should remain sealed, and the courage to sacrifice everything to ensure it stayed that way. Eventually, they would rise. Eventually, they would climb back to the surface, emerge into desert sunlight, and face the consequences of their choices. But for now, they rested in the darkness, guardians of ancient secrets, protectors of the living world against magic that should never again see light. Bill thought of the choices still ahead, the difficult conversations with Gringotts, Marcus's uncertain future, his own reputation, built over years of successful expeditions, now complicated by a mission that had yielded no artifacts, no publishable research, only the silent satisfaction of danger contained. But he felt no regret. This was who he'd chosen to be. Not a treasure hunter, but a guardian. Not a seeker of glory, but a protector of the innocent from magic they couldn't understand. The transformation was irreversible, and Bill Weasley had never been more certain he'd made the right choice. Dawn was breaking over the desert when Bill, Bronwyn, and Marcus finally emerged from the pyramid's entrance, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and magical depletion so severe that each step required conscious effort. The cool morning air felt like a blessing after hours spent in chambers saturated with ancient magic and the weight of 3,000 years of contained suffering. Khaled was waiting where they'd left him, his face lined with worry that transformed to relief as he saw them alive. But his expression shifted to alarm as he took in their condition, the way they moved like people decades older, the pallor of their skin, the trembling in their hands that spoke of magical cause, drained nearly to nothing. "What happened?" he asked, moving forward to support Marcus as the young curse breaker stumbled. "We sealed it," Bill said, his voice rough from hours of incantation and insufficient water. "The heart chamber is permanently locked. The trapped consciousnesses are secured. The pyramid's magic will remain contained for as long as the stones themselves endure." Khaled studied his face, understanding dawning. "You used blood magic, old kingdom techniques. I can see the resonance still clinging to you." He paused, then nodded slowly with something that looked like respect. "My ancestors would approve. You chose guardianship over exploitation." Bill managed a weary smile. "Your family has been guarding this place for 11 generations. We just helped ensure you won't need to guard it for 11 more." They made their way back to the encampment, a journey that should have taken 3 hours, but stretched to nearly 5 given their depleted state. Khaled supported Marcus, whose injury combined with magical exhaustion had left him barely able to walk. Bronwyn moved with grim determination. her analytical mind clearly already composing the report she'd need to file with Gringotts. And Bill led them, drawing on reserves of endurance he'd built over years of dangerous fieldwork, refusing to stop until his team was safe. The camp felt like sanctuary, simple tents and basic supplies. But after the pyramid's oppressive magic and ancient horrors, it represented return to the living world. They collapsed into their respective tents, and Bill forced himself to consume water and nutrition potions before allowing exhaustion to claim him. He slept deeply, dreamlessly, his body and magic recovering from depletion that might have killed a less experienced wizard. When he woke, the sun was setting again. He'd slept for nearly 12 hours. His magical core still felt hollow, drained, but the dangerous trembling had ceased and his mind felt clear again. Bronwyn was already awake, sitting outside her tent and writing detailed notes by one light. She looked up as Bill emerged, offering a tired smile. Marcus is still sleeping. His injury combined with the ritual took more out of him than either of us. He'll recover, Bill said, settling beside her. He's young, resilient, and he learned something down there. Something that will make him a better curse breaker if Gringotts gives him the chance. About that, Bronwyn set down her quill, her expression troubled. I've been drafting our report. The facts are clear. We stabilized the pyramid's defenses, sealed the heart chamber permanently, and prevented catastrophic containment failure. But we're returning with no artifacts, no publishable research, no material gains whatsoever. And the mission required blood magic that technically violates Gringotts' standard protocols. Bill nodded. He'd been thinking about the same issues during his climb to the surface. Ragnarok will be furious. The goblins measure success in tangible returns. Gold, artifacts, knowledge that can be monetized. We're returning with none of that. We're returning with a sealed tomb that will never yield profit, Bronwyn said bluntly. From a purely financial perspective, this mission is a complete failure. But from every other perspective, it's a success. Bill met her eyes. We prevented ancient horrors from escaping. We ensured dark wizards can never access the transformation magic in the heart chamber. We saved lives that won't even know they were in danger. That has to count for something. Bronwyn smiled faintly. You sound very certain. I wish I shared your confidence about how Gringotts will view our choices. Bill thought about his career, the reputation he'd built over years of successful expeditions. He thought about the articles published in curse-breaking journals, the respect he'd earned from colleagues, the assumption that Bill Weasley's assignments always yielded results. All of that would be tarnished by this mission, by the choice to seal rather than exploit, to protect rather than profit. And he found he didn't care, or rather, he cared deeply, but about different things than he once had. I became a curse breaker because I was curious about ancient magic, he said quietly, because I wanted adventure, wanted to see places most wizards never would. And yes, part of me wanted to prove I could succeed without family wealth or connections, that a Weasley could make his mark through skill and determination alone. He paused, organizing his thoughts. But somewhere along the way, the work changed me. Every sealed tomb I entered, every cursed artifact I handled, I saw evidence of wizards who'd pushed too far, who'd created magic they couldn't control. And I realized that curse breaking isn't really about breaking curses at all. It's about being responsible for magic that outlives its creators. It's about making choices on behalf of people who will never know we made them. Like sealing the pyramid, Bronwyn said softly. Like sealing the pyramid, Bill confirmed. I don't know if Gringotts will understand. I don't know if my career survives this decision, but I know it was the right choice, and I'd make it again. Marcus emerged from his tent as twilight deepened, moving stiffly but with better color in his face. He'd clearly overheard the last part of their conversation because he spoke without preamble. It's my fault you're both in this position. If I hadn't stolen the artifacts, if I hadn't destabilized the wards, we might have been able to seal the pyramid without blood magic, without violating protocols. His voice was heavy with guilt. I'll take full responsibility in my report. I'll make it clear that you were repairing damage I caused. Bill shook his head. That's not how this works. We're a team. We entered together, we worked together, we made choices together. The blood magic wasn't punishment for your theft. It was the necessary response to circumstances we all faced. You'll report your actions honestly, but you won't shoulder blame. That belongs to all of us. But you made a mistake, Bill interrupted firmly. A serious one. You let ambition override judgment, and you nearly caused catastrophic consequences. But when you understood what you'd done, you came back. You helped repair the damage. You participated in dangerous blood magic, knowing it might kill you, because fixing your mistake mattered more than protecting yourself. That's growth, Marcus. That's the difference between someone who makes errors and someone who commits to being better. Marcus's eyes were bright, suspiciously so. Gringotts will still fire me. Probably, Bill agreed. But that's not the end of your career. There are other organizations, other ways to use your skills. You're brilliant at artifact identification. You have genuine talent for ward analysis. Someone will recognize that talent, especially if I vouch for your character development. You do that? After everything? Bill thought about his own younger self, the arrogant 23-year-old who'd taken dangerous risks in Peru and needed Arthur Weasley to explain that brilliance without wisdom was just elaborate suicide. Someone had given him a second chance, had seen potential beneath recklessness. He could do the same for Marcus. I'd do that, he confirmed. But you need to understand something. This work isn't about glory or wealth. It's about responsibility. If you can't embrace that, if you're still chasing fame or fortune, then curse breaking isn't the right path for you. Marcus nodded slowly, understanding settling across his features. I get it now. I didn't before, but I do now. Those trapped consciousnesses, the ancient wizards who volunteered for transformation magic and got caught forever. They were brilliant. They were pushing boundaries, seeking knowledge, and they created something extraordinary that became their prison. The Death Eaters who came later were seeking power, and they ended up trapped by the same magic they wanted to exploit. He paused, finding words for realizations that had clearly been forming during his recovery sleep. The pyramid isn't a treasure vault. It's a monument to the consequences of ambition without wisdom. And we sealed it because we understood that some knowledge is too dangerous to preserve, some power too corrupting to permit access. That's the real lesson. Bill felt a surge of satisfaction. Marcus had learned what many curse breakers never grasped, that power over ancient magic came with responsibility for that magic's consequences. The young man would make mistakes again, would face temptations and difficult choices, but he'd carry this experience with him, would remember the trapped consciousnesses and the choice to seal rather than exploit. They spent the evening preparing for departure, packing equipment and securing the campsite. Khaled would remain as he always had, maintaining the guardian's watch his family had sustained for 11 generations. But now he guarded a pyramid sealed more thoroughly than ever before, its dangerous magic contained by blood magic and the willing sacrifice of 3 curse breakers who'd chosen protection over profit. Your family's guardianship is still necessary, Bill told him as they shared a final meal. The outer wards need monitoring, and there will always be treasure hunters or dark wizards who might attempt to breach the defenses. But the heart chamber is permanently sealed. No one will ever reach the transformation magic your ancestors feared. Khaled inclined his head in acknowledgement. Then our responsibility continues, but with less fear of what might escape. That is a gift, Bill Weasley. My family thanks you. They departed the next morning, using the port key that would return them to Gringotts headquarters. The journey felt longer than Bill remembered, or perhaps he was simply more aware of what awaited them. Difficult conversations, uncertain futures, consequences for choices made in darkness beneath foreign sand. Ragnarok was waiting in his office, his expression unreadable as Bill, Bronwyn, and Marcus filed in. The goblin studied them in silence for a long moment, his dark eyes taking in their depleted state, the marks of blood magic still faintly visible on their palms, the way they carried themselves like people who'd survived something that changed them fundamentally. Your reports, he said finally, extending one hand. They provided the documents they'd prepared, detailed, honest, unflinching in their description of what they'd found and what they'd done. Ragnarok read through all 3 reports in silence, his expression growing progressively darker. When he finished, he set the parchments aside and regarded them with something that might have been anger or might have been grim respect. You sealed a pyramid that could have yielded artifacts worth millions of galleons. You used unauthorized blood magic. You returned with nothing of material value. His voice was flat, carefully controlled. By every standard measure, this mission is a catastrophic failure. Bill met his gaze steadily. By every standard that matters, it's a complete success. We prevented ancient horrors from escaping containment. We ensured dark magic created millennia ago can never be exploited by modern wizards. We saved lives that won't even know they were in danger. If that's failure by Gringotts standards, then perhaps I've been working for the wrong organization. Silence stretched between them. Bronwyn stood rigid beside Bill, her expression defiant, despite obvious fear for her career. Marcus looked pale but determined, ready to face whatever consequences came. Ragnarok's expression shifted slightly, something that might have been the goblin equivalent of a smile. You sound remarkably like your father, Weasley. He once told me that some things matter more than profit. I disagreed with him then. I'm not certain I disagree now. He stood, moving to the window that overlooked the bank's main hall. Gringotts has existed for centuries because we understand value. Not just gold, but knowledge, power, influence. But we've also survived because we understand containment. Some magic is too dangerous to release, some power too corrupting to permit access. The fact that you recognize that distinction speaks well of your judgment. Bill felt cautious hope stirring. Then we're not being dismissed? Oh, you're being disciplined, Ragnog said, turning back to face them. Unauthorized blood magic requires official reprimand. You'll each receive formal censure in your personnel files. And this mission will be classified. No publications, no public recognition, no addition to your list of career achievements. He paused, his expression becoming something that might have been approval. But you're also being retained. Curse breakers who understand responsibility are rarer than those who simply seek profit. Gringotts needs people who can make difficult choices when protocols don't cover the situation. You three demonstrated that capacity. Relief washed through Bill, so intense it left him momentarily lightheaded. Beside him, Bronwyn released a breath she'd been holding. Marcus looked like he might cry. However, Ragnog continued, his gaze fixing on Marcus, your theft requires consequences beyond the blood magic discipline. You're suspended for 6 months without pay. If you return, you'll work under direct supervision for 2 years minimum. And you'll never lead an expedition unless Bill Weasley personally vouches for your readiness. Marcus nodded, accepting the judgment. Understood. Thank you for the opportunity to return at all. Ragnog dismissed them with a gesture, but as Bill reached the door, the goblin's voice stopped him. Weasley, your father was wrong about many things, but he understood that character matters more than brilliance, that wisdom often means knowing when not to act. You've learned that lesson thoroughly. The pyramid ceiling was the right choice. Bill inclined his head in acknowledgement, warmth spreading through his chest. Thank you. He walked out of Gringotts headquarters into London afternoon sunlight, Bronwyn and Marcus beside him. They'd survived the pyramid, survived the report to their superiors, survived with careers intact, if somewhat tarnished. More importantly, they'd made choices that would let them sleep peacefully, knowing the trapped consciousnesses remained secured and the transformation magic permanently sealed. Bill thought about returning to Shell Cottage, about Fleur's welcome and the comfort of home. But first, he needed to stop by the burrow, needed to see his family, and ground himself in the relationships that defined who he was beneath the curse-breaker reputation. That evening, sitting in the burrow's familiar kitchen with his mother fussing over his depleted state and his siblings gathered around demanding stories, Bill felt the pyramid experience settle into place in his memory. It would haunt him sometimes, the shadow forms pressing against their geometric prison, the Death Eater mask in his pocket, the choice to seal knowledge that might have advanced magical understanding. But it would also sustain him. In the years ahead, during the Second Wizarding War, when Death Eaters attacked his wedding, when he sheltered refugees at Shell Cottage, when he faced choices between safety and principle, he would remember the pyramid. He would remember choosing protection over profit, people over power, wisdom over ambition. And he would know with absolute certainty that the man he'd become in that ancient darkness, the man who'd sealed away dangerous magic and sacrificed career advancement to protect innocent lives, was exactly who he was meant to be. The transformation was irreversible, and Bill Weasley had never felt more at peace with himself. Later, much later, after his family had gone to bed, and he sat alone with Fleur on Shell Cottage's small porch, watching moonlight silver the waves, he tried to explain what he'd learned in the pyramid's depths. Some magic should remain buried, he said softly. Some knowledge comes at too high a price. The ancient wizards understood that too late. The Death Eaters never understood it at all. But I understand it now, completely. Fleur took his hand, her fingers tracing the faint scar from the blood magic that would never fully fade. You chose correctly. You always choose correctly when it matters. Bill thought about the choices still ahead, the war that was coming, the stands he would need to take, the quiet heroism that would define his life. He thought about standing firm at his wedding when Death Eaters attacked, about protecting Harry and Ron and Hermione when they arrived desperate and hunted, about the steady courage that didn't announce itself but simply endured. All of it connected back to this moment, to a sealed pyramid in the Egyptian desert where he'd learned that true bravery wasn't about seeking glory or treasure. It was about making hard choices that protected others even at personal cost. It was about understanding when power should be contained rather than wielded, when knowledge should be buried rather than preserved. The pyramid would stand for millennia more, its heart chambers sealed, its trapped consciousnesses secured, its dangerous magic contained by blood and sacrifice, and the determination of 3 curse breakers who'd chosen wisdom over ambition. And Bill Weasley would carry that choice with him for the rest of his life. A quiet certainty that some victories had no witnesses, some heroism required no recognition, and that the most important battles were often fought in darkness, where only the ancient stones bore witness to choices that defined character. The waves whispered against the shore. Fleur's hand was warm in his. The moon traced silver paths across water that stretched toward horizons he couldn't see but trusted to be there. And Bill Weasley, Cursebreaker and Guardian, was exactly where he belonged. Home, at peace, transformed irreversibly into the man he'd always been meant to become.